through so you guys can hear through YouTube now. And yeah, we live. Rev.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Well, I hope that you can hear me. If you can hear me, wave your hands in the air clearly. Okay, great.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, giving honor to God Almighty and to his son, Jesus Christ, and to all of the prophets, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all of the traditional leaders of the great past, and all of the leaders of all mankind and all people kind. It is indeed an honor to address and to say a few words of encouragement for our group, for we have been embarked now for approximately 2 years together. In October, I guess 28th would be our second year anniversary. And I think that we owe ourselves a acknowledgement and an applaud, if you will, in the spiritual realm, that we have been able to stick to the program and to the agenda. I think I was asked to say a little bit of a word on behalf of Chief Timothy and Dr. Linus, the creator of the SWIFIN and the creator of the LUMI, on behalf of the executive team, as chief of staff, words of encouragement for us to keep on keeping on in our efforts. And I don't know if you are aware of many of the great stories and many of the great books, but there are many stories of individuals who have gone through difficult times and difficult periods in their development and prior to their success. And so we decided that we wanted to just share some words of encouragement based upon the advice and the request of Dr. Linus and Brother Eby to the group. If you recall the story of David in the Bible, when he confronted the Goliath of his people, we are like David in our effort to come with our own currency. We've been in this battle for more than 400 years, and we know about colonialism. We know about the suppressive, if you will, legislated that is in place to keep Africa as a nation, or the continent of Africa and its people as a nation that the world can exploit and they can suck from the breast. And we know about how Africa has always shared in its natural resources in the earth and in its human resources and spiritual resources as well in the form of its people. And so we have delivered and we have stood the test of time. We have given the milk and honey to all of the world to feed upon. And we have worn our robes and hats very, very, very well. However, it is time now for us to rise from the ashes and rise from that of just being a people and a nation and a continent that serves the rest of the industrial world. It is time for us to take now our rise and our rightful place among the best in the world. And so we have embarked upon this thing called the LUMI. And the LUMI, the AKA LUMI, is the official currency of the African Diaspora Central Bank, or AFRA, African Financial Regulatory Authority of the African Diaspora Central Bank, which is created by Chief Timothy and its board of directors and all of us. And so we have the SWIFIN platform has been our platform or tool that we've used to disseminate to over 185 countries, as you will. And it's important. I don't want to be long, but I do want to be strong. And I want to say to all of us that we must keep the faith in what it is we're trying to do. Because what we are trying to do, or what we are not necessarily trying to do, but what we are doing has never been done before. It has never been done before. And I want that to sink in, because many times we're going to have doubt, we're going to have fears, we're going to have uncertainties, we're going to have people saying things about us, and those that are involved with SWIFIN and those involved with the LUMI, those that are involved with the African Diaspora Central Bank, and those that are involved with resurrecting and freeing themselves, they're going to be, you know, criticized, put down, called different kinds of negative names. But always, we must remember that freedom is never given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And so we and the people of Africa, of 101.3 billion on 55 countries, plus the diaspora over 300 million. So you're dealing at 1.6 billion people are being suppressed and oppressed. And we're in a serious depression in terms of economic independence and stability and productivity. And so as we now want to take our rightful place, there are those who want those things to not happen. And so they have in place the media, they have in place their puppets in certain positions in governments, and they are maintaining or engineering the way of life that they have, using us as our country and our resources to maintain and sustain their way of life. And so it is very, very important that we understand that they're not going to make us look nice, and they're not going to have us see in a good light. While this is important, it's also important for us to understand that we understand them, that what they're trying to do is not that they hate us, but it is that they are trying to maintain their own way of life. I need to say that again. They're trying to maintain, and I'm talking about those in European countries or in suppressive countries, they're trying to maintain their way of life. China is trying to maintain their way of life. And maintaining their way of life, they think involves manipulating or oppressing or abusing our rights as human beings and as sovereign nations and states and kingdoms. And so as we move forward, we must understand that we don't want to hate them, but we want to transform them by bringing forth good ideas, effective ideas, fair ideas, and just ideas and legislations that we can bring forward. And so it's very, very important that—
Well, it's normally tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow? Are you more busy tomorrow? Are you working tomorrow?
Yes, somewhat.
Well, you know.
Hello? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Wave your hand if you can hear me.
You can go ahead. He's muted. The
Okay.
person is muted, Rev. You can go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to say this to you because what we're trying to do, really, in a nutshell, has never been done before. And what we're trying to do is the impossible. And doing the impossible is easy to do if you believe that you can do and overcome the impossible. The question is, do you believe? The question is, do you believe? If you recall what Mahatma Gandhi did in India, it was impossible. If you recall, that was on the continent of Africa where he started. If you recall what Martin Luther King did and what he wanted the people to do, it was impossible. It was not attainable. They were not going to let it happen. If you recall what Nelson Mandela did, he went into jail, and after 27 years, he came out and he transformed and became the first president. None of these things at the time were possible, but they were achieved because the people believed, and the beliefs in the people were stronger than the barriers and the ideas that the oppressors had. And so we are stronger in our beliefs. The children of Africa coming home to its big brothers and sisters and parents of Africa in the diaspora, we are coming home as the diaspora, and we're uniting with the people through a common currencies, so that we can do trade and commerce, and we can have our own infrastructures and build our own and not be exploited by other countries. We're doing this, but there are things in place to halt us because these people are afraid that they will lose their way of life, and we're going to have to talk to them and work with them. I was extremely happy to hear the president of Ghana when he made his comments to the United Nations, and he made his comments about what Ghana wants to do in terms of getting investments into the African continent. These are the things that we must do. We must be effective, but also we must be uncompromising. If you think for 1 minute that those who are oppressing us are going to just give up and lay down and let us come, we're sadly mistaken. We're not causing for war. So you got to understand that about Reverend Johnson. I don't necessarily believe in physical war because nobody ever wins. I don't know if you know this, but nobody really ever won a war. We think they won a war, but they really never won a war because at the end of war, you just have a lot of physical things in destruction. So what we want to do is we just have to be like Gandhi and King and Mandela. We have to deal with our war by gaining support via our ideas. If we put forth effective ideas that are just, that are fair, and that are right for everyone, taking responsibility for both sides and all sides of the conflict or the struggle, we will become the victors and the winners in that conflict and in our resurrection and rise. And so let us not be dismayed at what we're going through and what we're going through with the SWIFIN and with the Lumi, but let us be encouraged. Now, I say that not out of hopeism or wishism or make-believe ideas. I have found out that if you want to change the world, you must go out into the highways and byways. You must look into the faces of the people, both the people that are doing well and both the people that are not doing so well and the people that are poor. And you will find that the great part of the human family are basically good and decent and wonderful people and fair and just. It's not a whole lot of, as we would think about race or color. It's actually about some people having ideas that they cannot have the life they want unless somebody else is suffering. We've got to change that idea. We've got to change the ideas of Europeans and Asians and whatever to let them know that it's in their best interest, that their brothers that their safety and their security and their future and their way of life is predicated upon making sure that every other people have a functional and a valuable and a desirable life as well. And people are better when they're stronger. People are safer to be around when they're strong than to be around people that are weak. People that are weak tell lies. They build things that crumble. They have societies that are criminal, and everybody is at effect. But people that live in a strong society, where the people are educated, they're economically sound, they have running water, they have buildings, they have roads, they have hotels, they have schools, they have grocery stores, they have all of the things that make a civilization modern and desirable. Those people are strong, and those people are safe to be around. When you have people that are impoverished, those people are very dangerous to be around. So whoever thought that it's better to make people weak in order for you to be strong is living off of falsehood and a lie. And so we have to convince them of this type of behavior that is in the best interest, that the people, the wonderful people of Africa and African descent, and that have African blood in them, that are on the continent of Africa, that they are treated fairly, just, and morally, for they are decent, wonderful people. And yes, I'm born in America, but I've had the opportunity to visit the people of Africa in about 12 countries, and by and far and in large, they don't have all of the material things of the world, but they are the most beautiful human beings that I've ever had the pleasure of being around. And I've been around Europeans that are beautiful as well, but they've had a lot of material possessions that the Africans didn't. But I enjoyed being around the Africans because of their spirituality, because of their kindness, their genuine respect for decency. No matter how poor they were still very wonderful and beautiful people to be around, which are where I come from, my descendants, my ancestors, if you will, should I say, all these African people. And I dedicate my life to transforming the continent and working, and I'm honored to be a part of this group and a part of the network that is bringing forth this new currency. And you got to understand, we're going to win. We are going to win. And I know I'm the kind of preacher and Christian minister who knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that you will inherit a world that you left behind. And so I don't want the world to be in the condition that it is right now. And I don't want to come back to a world that is in the condition that it's in. I want parents and families with mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers with decent living and housing and schools and running water and running electricities and all the wonderful things of a civilization. That's the kind of world I want to come back to. And if you have insane elected officials and insane leaders and artists and engineers running the world and improper institutions and people are drugged and pharmaceutical, that kind of world I want to inherit or come back to. So we need for Africa to come into its own, and you are the ones that are doing it. You're going to do it, and don't give up no matter what happens or you see happening. You are on the right track, and I believe that the Almighty God is really backing us, and there's nothing that we cannot do. We are a juggernaut force. What I believe our ancestors are with us now, and the ancestors of our enemies, if you want to say we had enemies, they're with us as well. So there's something that you could take with you. I hope I said something that was able to encourage you. Thank you, Brother Evie and Dr. Linus, Brother Service, for MB, for allowing me to share on this wonderful meeting. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you're welcome. So if you had any questions that you want to ask me real quick,
wow.
I will do that.
Thank you, Rev. Thank you so much, Rev. Thank you so much. I'm sure the community that is assembled around here really appreciate your words, appreciate your encouragement, appreciate the view, the global view that you give to what you're doing. And we really appreciate you, and you know that. And for all the work you do, for all the sleepless nights, all the events, we really appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you. And maybe sometime I'll come back and give a report on some of the activities that we're doing, maybe in a couple of weeks or 2-3 weeks. Dr. Linus.
So what I wanted to mention,
Brother B, I think there's something wrong with Brother B. I think there's something wrong with your mic. It keeps on breaking. You may try maybe to use hands-free or something like that. It keeps on breaking.
Without the headphones. Is it better without the headphones?
You can try.
Without the headphones.
It sounds like it's still the same. How do you hear you? Maybe you may have to disconnect and reconnect.
Okay. And I will,
all right. Meanwhile, maybe it's still doing the same. I don't know whether it's on my side only or it's.
No, I mean it's on all of our sides. We cannot hear MB.
Okay.
There was also quite a bit of echo. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, very clear, Dr. Linus.
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly, Dr. Linus. Did you hear me very clearly?
Very clearly. I could hear you very clearly. Thank you, Reverend. That was very inspiring and very encouraging. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. That was okay. I was just trying to say a few words.
Should we just wait a second and give Brother B a chance to come back?
Yeah, sure. Maybe if there is anyone who may want to ask Reverend one or two questions, maybe he can.
Go ahead.
Fire.
Yeah. Before that, if you would permit me, Reverend, perhaps I could add that Reverend is a very modest man, and he hasn't actually talked about some of the very major initiatives that he's very busy working on in the background to make the Lumi work. I know Reverend doesn't sleep because we talk on the phone sometimes at very, very late hours, very early hours, and we wonder when he gets rest. But he's doing some major work behind the scenes. I'm not going to preempt anything or steal any thunder, but I'm sure at some point in the near future, he will come back and give a report, as he already said. But some of those initiatives are of a major, significant impact to our cause, which
Yes.
we will get the opportunity to learn about. I just thought I'd say that before people start firing any questions.
Yes, well, thank you. And yes, we are working on some major stuff. I mean, we're not existing in a vacuum. It's kind of hard to say, because what we're doing is very romantic, but it's impossible. There are impossibilities. And so the things that we say or we do is because we're doing the impossible. It's not really cool to say what you're doing until you do it, because you give people there are roller coasters and there are barriers that we're overcoming on a consistent and daily basis in order to make this thing happen. And for us, you know, on the platform side, we will tell you that what is needed more than anything that is agreed upon is that there has to be financial literacy. There has to be currency developed so the African countries can do business with each other without having to ask permission from outside countries. And these things are very, very important. I think one thing that I would want to share with you, if somebody didn't ask this question, they would say, well, what is the most difficult thing that we are facing as the executive team of this crusade or this evolution, if you will? And believe it or not, the most difficult thing that we're facing is the beliefs that the former slave owners, I'm sorry, not the former slave owners, but the former slaves or the exploited. We run up against the mentality of the African on the continent. Actually, two things. They don't believe that it's possible. The slave masters or the colonialists have done such a powerful job of indoctrination that they don't believe that they themselves can actually be independent and make decisions for themselves. That's the hardest thing that we're confronting. The leadership, I won't say all the leadership, but the leadership in the African countries are afraid or appear to be afraid of offending their former oppressors. So they are afraid to make the decision to utilize their own currencies or develop their own ecosystems because they feel like they have to get permission. And they do have to get permission in terms of, because they have signed treaties and agreements and they are using currencies. And so so we understand that would happen in the past. But if you sign a contract or a treaty in the past that was put you at a disadvantage 50 years ago, but 50 years later, you're now in 2022, and you need to go back to the table and say, okay, we operated under this agreement for 50 years, but we find now that it's not feasible for our nation and our people and our continent, so we need to renegotiate. And you actually find very few people willing to have that discussion. Many of them want to maintain their positions in government and maintain whatever position that allows them to get a little bit of liquidity, but they're not really willing to have the right conversations. And until and when, and they're ready to have that discussion, that, you know, the president of Ghana, the president of Malawi, some of the presidents are having, until they're ready to have a discussion, the African continent, the nation, and the people and the kingdoms will never be free economically, spiritually, or morally, or socially. we must be willing to experience disapproval, disagreement, and displeasure of our former colonial powers in order for us to move forward. And that's been the most difficult. You just got to be willing to break away. And you have individuals that are not willing to have the discussion because they're afraid. And it's really sad. That's the most hardest part, is watching the sadness. Now, believe it or not, I deal with a lot of Europeans. I deal with a lot of white people. And the white people over in America, when I brief them on what's going on in Africa, they just cannot believe that the African presidents or the African people are allowing themselves to go through what they're going through. They just really cannot believe that. And they are in shock. Literally, they said, well, we need to do something about that, and they're really upset about, what China is doing over in Africa and how America and the Europeans are allowing it to happen, exploitation. And many of the things that China is doing can be done in Africa. Of course, Africa don't have a big, giant standing army, none of the countries, like China or America or Russia or some of the other smaller colonial nations. But we know that Saudi Arabia didn't have it as well. So we will build our economy off of creating the best products. I think we learned a lesson from China. We learned a lesson from Dubai and from Abu Dhabi and from many of the Arab nations, that we can create a world of economic power and strength without necessarily having to force it upon people as well. If you create good products, services, and make it cost effective, everybody will come to us in Africa and the likes to produce and get the minerals and the resources. We have a tremendous amount of strength, but we are afraid to put in place the proper structures that make it right for investments. I mean, I'm telling you, there's so much money over here where I'm at that's willing to invest in the African country. There's a lot of investors and hedge funds that are willing to invest if we put together the proper infrastructure. People who make money off investing their money, hedge funds and retirement funds and investors, they will invest if we make it safe for them to invest. If we present it in a beautiful and wonderful way, if we put things properly in order, you will get so much investment in Africa. I know that for a fact. I believe it is true, and it can be done. But we got to get those Africans to believe that it can be done, and and put those things in place. That's I wanted to share that. It can be done. It's going to be done, and we're going to do it. We're going to start out with what we can do on a small scale, and then we're going to grow it and hopefully set an example. Now, having said that, I want to say this too. One of the things that's very, very important for each African country that we start working with and that we go to, that every country, any country, must create a valuable final product for that country. Now, you can have more than one valuable final product, VFP, a valuable final product, or you can have one or many, but you got to have something. Now, what the valuable final product is, it is something that is produced by a country or a nation, and that country or nation trades or gives that valuable final product to the world in exchange for money. Let me say that again. The valuable final product. So our goal is to make sure that every African nation has at least 1, 2, or 3 valuable final products that they develop. So if, for instance, we was in Italy recently, one of the valuable final products of Italy is fashion. Fashion. They create beautiful clothes, Gucci, Versace, all kind of designs. And they create these products in Italy, and then Italy gives that product to the world, particularly to America. And then the world gives them back money. Another thing that Italy gives to the world is pizza. They created the pizza, and pizza is everywhere. And the world gives back to them exchange. So if African produces carbol for for the cell phones and the computers for IBMs and Xeroxes and Microsoft and computers and Hewlett Packard, the material, then we in Africa must create a valuable final product of some sort where it gives to the world and the world gives back. What is happening now is that Africa is the material for cell phones and computers and whatnot is being taken out of the Congo, out of Africa, or the Democratic Republic, and it's taken over to to China, made and manufactured to keep Google and Microsoft and Word and all those guys from being the bad guys. So they let China do it. They go over there and, and take it and then bring it to China and manufacture it, then sell it back to Google or whatever and give that to the world and they get money. So it's real simple technology or methodology that we use. We want every African nation know what the product is. If it's going to be rice, then you will produce that at a efficient, effective manner. If it's going to be cocoa, if it's going to be cars, whatever it is, we want them to think with that. And let me tell you something. People will root for the underdog, but they'll follow the top dog. And if we become the top dog at producing cell phones, or we become the top dog at producing boats, we become the top dog at producing computers, or cars, or electric cars, or hydrogen cars, we become the top dogs at producing energy, then the world will give that country money for its valuable final product. If you look at, Dubai is putting out a very good public relations image of upstat, beautiful way of life, the way you go in there and the way they treat you and luxury. And so now the world is attracted and want to go. Everybody wants to go. We got African Americans over here all want to go to Dubai and buy houses in Dubai and move into Dubai because of Emirates Airlines and how they put out a product. But each African nation will have to think like that when they have their products and bring them to the world, putting on expos and putting on all these kinds of things. And that's what African Diaspora Central Bank and its expos and Eco6 and its expos are going to do. We want to put forth and think like that. So what we're doing is not impossible. And then the final thing I want to say to you is this, that the gold of today now is not necessarily gold like you mine, but it is gold, but it's not like you say. The gold that the industry is looking for is transactions. They make money. International bankers or whatever you want to call them, they make money off of transactions. So that's the new oil, if you will, in the world. It's transactions. So don't think because we have a digital currency and that we're in trouble, people want to assassinate us necessarily. No, they have 1.3 billion people on the African continent. 90% of them do not have access to financial services. So if they can get a cell phone, or if they can get a Q card and they can start doing transactions, then all of those banks in the world are going to make more money. So it's in their best interest that they allow the Lumi and that they allow transactions to take place on the African continent among the diverse people, because it's going to be more transactions. And the globalists, they don't think in terms of nation, they think in terms of transactions. And so the more people that can access financial services, the more transactions, the more money they make, and the more money their hedge funds make, the more money their investments make. So you'll see now, if you listen, everybody's saying what we've been saying for the last 2 years and what Timothy McPherson's been saying about digital currency, and we are on the cutting edge and we're in the lead. So don't be afraid of the naysayers and all of the doubts and the plots against us, if there are plots against us. Let's just keep moving and keep doing what we're doing. The race is not given to the swift or the strong, but it gives to he that endured to the end. So God bless you again. Those are just 3 points that I wanted to bring out. Transactions. And we involved through SWIFIN and through the Lumi to create a world where we can have multiple transactions that are beyond the imagination. And then that'll be another way in which our former brothers and sisters of the colonies and colonial powers, they will be able to make money like that, rather than exploiting us and keeping us down and keeping the African continent oppressed. They can find that they'll make money if they're more able to do transactions than able to maintain poor and use them as just for exploitation. God bless you and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you so much. You are actually in the spirit because we are going to be talking about Transact right now. I hope my
okay, great.
my audio I hope my audio is much better now.
Brother
Yes,
MB,
yeah, it's
brother
better now.
MB, your audio
Yes.
is excellent, and please forgive me, everyone, for interjecting. I've just come into the call. I'd like to
Hey!
Hey!
Chief.
greet me.
Chief Timothy McPherson.
Greet me.
Wow, welcome, Chief.
Greet me.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank
What a
you.
surprise.
Madasi.
What a surprise. Hi, Chief.
Madasi.
What a
Madasi.
surprise. Welcome.
Now, I won't be keeping you long. You know, we're in the middle of a hurricane here in Jamaica, and I decided to make the clouds keep their peace for a moment so that I could address our people both throughout the continent and throughout the 6th region. And, you know, I want to pick up where Brother Alfredi left off on, but I want to change the tone in a certain point. We've been talking a lot about them and they. And the fact of the matter is, we must, as an economic community, begin to talk about us. And so in that spirit, I want to make it abundantly clear. During his speech, and I'm making reference to His Excellency President Nana Addo-Adonkwe Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, in his address to the United Nations, he said it very clearly that the African family, in terms of these states on the continent, are in the process of creating what is to be called the United States of Africa. And of course, that is completely in alignment with the organizations of the kingdoms under the United Kingdoms of Africa. Now, when he made the statement, the immediate response by the international community is that, oh, the comment came out prematurely. And I think we have to make this abundantly clear. When our heads of state speak, they're not making premature statements. They are announcing to the international community the transformational steps that will be occurring across continental Africa. The next move going forward is unequivocally the creation of the United States of Africa. That is not a premature statement. And it is important that the international community understand that when these statements are made public, it is for purposes of transparency, so that the international community can understand where the African family is going, rather than dismissing the statements that we are making. And as part of this great restructuring that we see happening across the continent is also the restructuring of the Diaspora 6th region. Now, all of you know that on the 1st of October, we will be enforcing the legal framework surrounding our exchange rate mechanism. And in the same spirit that the president of Ghana makes statements in reference to the United States of Africa, so the 6th region also makes statements pertaining to its regulatory framework. And it is not the case that we expect to sit passively and have members of the international community flaunt or ignore the regulations that are being put in place. And so as we begin to engage our merchants, and I'm talking specifically now to the African merchant community, whether you're in South Africa, whether you're in Zimbabwe, whether you're in Congo, whether you're in Ghana, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in Egypt, Tanzania, Ethiopia, it doesn't matter where you find yourself. When you are transacting with the 6th region, the official currency of the 6th region is the African kingdom's lumi. So what I no longer will want to be hearing is requests about how do we get our lumi converted to the worthless fiat dollar for purposes of paying their retail clients. the fact of the matter is that the international community must come into compliance. And this brings us to another topic that is very important for everybody listening in, as it pertains to a new area of investigation that the African Diaspora Central Bank has been engaged in. And this has been predominantly a operation that we've been coordinating with our partnerships here on the island of Jamaica. And this relates specifically to the topic of modern day slavery. Now, let us be very clear about what modern day slavery looks like, because all of you live in some way, shape, or form of its exposure. On the island of Jamaica, modern day slavery looks like a pocket of agricultural farmers who are capable of producing the best organic foods on the planet. But because the people on the island of Jamaica are receiving wages that are disgustingly low, what ends up happening is the government of Canada and the government of the United States then offers the government of Jamaica pennies to have Jamaican farmers go to Canada, to have Jamaican farmers go to the United States and effectively work for the equivalent of $1 and $2 a day, which is by definition slave labor. And of course, those same farmers stay in accommodations within the provinces of Canada or within the states of the US. They stay in accommodations that are completely uninhabitable and unacceptable by any member of the human family. So now when you have Jamaicans working in the United States, doing labor that no American would do, or working in Canada, doing labor that no Canadian would do, that falls under the definition of modern day slavery. And of course, for the purposes of our bank, we are looking at the proceeds of modern day slavery and those institutions that facilitate modern day slavery and the proceeds of modern day slavery. That is a new intricate part of our anti-money laundering program, to look at modern day slavery and how the proceeds of modern day slavery are laundered into the modern financial system. That is a very important topic. We see issues of modern day slavery across the continent, yes, but we also see it throughout the entire 6th region. And obviously, one of the major agents of modern day slavery happens to be those same agents that established historical slavery as we know it. And so consequently, we will be doing within our anti-money laundering modern day slavery program an in-depth investigation of financial institutions, including the Bank of England, including the Bank of France, including the US Federal Reserve Bank, including the advisory services of the IMF and the World Bank, and seeing how and bringing to light how the syndication of these financial institutions, as well as the advisory services of these financial institutions, have contributed to the perpetuation of poverty within African communities on the continent and throughout the 6th region. And so as these institutions come under investigation, we will expect the full support, cooperation, and compliance of the central banks across continental Africa, as well as the governments across continental Africa. And so again, when we make these statements, these are not premature statements. This is the African family being transparent and open with the international community so that we can talk about the very real changes that must and will occur within our economy. We do not speak of pipe dreams. The pipe dream is the assumption that an African man or a man of African descent in the United States of America would allow him to be allow himself to be subjugated to another race simply because of the color of his skin, and to do so indefinitely. That is a pipe dream. The reality is a new era of equality. And that new era doesn't begin gradually. It begins with immediate effect in economic spheres, in social spheres, in political spheres. For our family on the continent and for our people throughout the 6th region, 400 years of captivity has profound psychological, emotional, and spiritual effects, of which many, if not all of us, have somehow been subjugated to. And consequently, in our process, we must be aware of the fact of these psychological implications and emotional implications, from what they call the Stockholm syndrome to what we can simply look at 400 years of captivity. And so as the global African family begins its process of economic rehabilitation and recovery, when someone like President Nana Addo-Odonkwe Akufo-Addo says the United States of Africa is being established, then know that the United States of Africa is being established. It could very well be that come next year, the functionality and utility of the African Union as we currently know it will not exist. We cannot simply push our developmental agendas off to future generations. The diaspora comes home non-apologetically. We have put the Lumi on the table for the purposes of wealth creation throughout the global African family. We have also put the Lumi on the table for purposes of being able to deal with this catastrophe called climate change, global warming. As I said, I'm standing in Jamaica, where we have a hurricane currently on the move. And its impact across the regions is a direct consequence of global warming. And so we put our Lumi out there. We put our exchange rate mechanism for climate change, poverty eradication, and sustainable development out there, so that the international community understands that the African family is here, and we are here to sit at the table and participate in the decision-making process. We are not making premature statements. As a chief and as a king, I am not speaking arbitrarily. I'm speaking openly and transparently to the African family and to the international community. So, Dr. Linus, I know that you want to give some delightful presentations on the newest capacities of connect.swifin.com. And I know that there will be a lot of questions pertaining to the convertibility of Lumi. But as stated, all transactions going forward must be in the spirit of the new Africa that is. And when we say the new Africa that is, I don't mean that you should wait until tomorrow. I say, no, that Africa is now. It has begun now. We don't put it off for another second. And so our policies, our regulations, our legislations, these aren't future dreams and ambitions. These are the realities of today. And we request that every member of the global African family and of the international community respect the laws and be in compliance with those legislations. Thank you. And I bid you all a splendid day. The floor is yours again, please, MB. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chief.
In that spirit, we would just, so that everybody can understand what Chief is talking about. What we have planned for today is to say that the structures that have been put in place are not to fight with anyone, but to participate, to participate in the global economy and to have the rest of the world interact with us in a way that is fair, that is simple, and that is direct. Dr. Linus, you have the floor.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. And what a lovely, lovely, lovely surprise, Chief, for you to join us. And also Reverend Alfred, you have spoken already. Very inspiring words from both of you. And I took some notes, and Reverend Alfredi talked about fear and that people are afraid. We ought not to be afraid if we are taking care of everyone. We are not doing anything that is supposed to be for the benefit of one segment of society, but it's for everyone. So be not afraid. He also said God is with us. And if God is with us, who can be against us? The reality is that we need to make those changes that we can now for the good of mankind, for the good of humanity. He also talked about transactions and that everybody is interested in transactions. And in a number of conversations that we've had as part of this community, we've often mentioned that we are in a world of transactions because whether you are paying school fees for your child in school, you are transacting. You are getting a service in return for a payment. You know, when you pay for public transportation, you are transacting. When you go to a restaurant and you pay for your meal, you're transacting. You know, when you make a phone call, in fact, you are transacting. You're using airtime and credit that is based on a transaction. And the reality is that for many, many, many years, the vast majority of people within continental Africa and of African descent in the diaspora have been excluded from this transaction ecosystem by way of the malice of financial exclusion and the lack of a common and accessible instrument that everyone can play with or trade with or transact with on a level playing field. And Chief also, of course, mentioned that the exchange rate mechanism, this is about creating a level playing field where people can transact both within continental Africa and in the diaspora. And what we are going to talk about actually is Transact, SWIFIN Transact. And Transact is, I would say, the most impactful, is by far the most impactful and most innovative instrument that we are putting in place, or we have put in place, to, in response to the exchange rate mechanism getting started, and for the need to solve the two problems that we have always remained focused on resolving. That of financial inclusion, making sure that we have an accessible ecosystem that everyone can participate in. And two, that we have our LUMI as a common instrument of exchange, not just for a group of people within continental Africa or a group of people in one country, but something that gives everybody access to be part of the new digital economy, to trade with their neighbor, to trade with people in their neighboring countries, and to be part of the new global digital economy in a way that meets our own aspirations, in a way that creates opportunities for everybody, not just people of African descent, but in a way that would be impactful for humanity. And so on that note, I'm going to just share one slide. And after sharing that slide, I'll talk about the value proposition of the ideas, and then I will show it in action, okay? The solution and the tool is ready. And what we are going to do, I think I should mention that now, is that over the next several months, we are going to put a program in place where we have at least 1 hour.
Let me see.
Where we have at least 1 hour to help people actively, interactively every day for the foreseeable future. That will cover the education that is needed. It will help to address questions that people might have, the challenges that people might have, and to help improve the opportunity for everyone to be part of this train that has left the station. It will have many stops. The only choice you have now is to get on board so that you're not left behind. Okay. So let me share my screen and I will just go through one slide.
Okay.
I'll go through one slide and then I will. Brother B, there is no way for me to share my entire. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I'll do one at a time. Okay. I wanted to share my entire screen so that, you know, on the next, particularly on the next slide, or on the next face, then you can see two screens interacting with each other, but not to worry. So the value proposition is that we need a store of value that is in fact against the backdrop of declining continental African currencies. We can look at the numbers, we can present the numbers here, but everyone knows that the value of the South African rand over the last 10 years has declined. The value of the Nigerian naira over the last 10 years has declined against the dollar. The value of Malawian kwacha has declined against the dollar. That the value of every single continental African currency, and we have over 40 of them serving 54 countries. We are in a phase where value has been declining consistently. That decline in value is serving another segment of the global economic community. It is definitely not serving the African person. And just to give you an example, if you have a child and you start saving money so that one day when that child needs to go to university, you have enough fees to pay, you would have saved for your lifetime or a great part of your lifetime. But if your currency has declined in its purchasing power by more than 50% in that same time, then despite all the hard work, despite all the saving, you might actually not get enough to achieve your financing or your financial goals. That is the reality of 1.3 billion people within continental Africa. That is the reality that we need to change. It's a reality we need to face, and we need to embrace solutions that are there to try and stop that in its tracks, so that we can create an environment where wealth can be transferred from one generation to another. So we need to stop losing money on declining currencies. We need to preserve and or enhance buying power. This is what the Lumi does for us. What I mean by preserve and enhance buying power, for example, if you were holding the South African rand, and I'm not suggesting that people shouldn't, or the Nigerian naira, and I'm not suggesting people shouldn't, but if you were holding it and you wanted to spend it in 5 years' time or 10 years' time through some kind of saving scheme, whether that's through your pension or money that you're talking aside for future consumption, the buying power of that money, because of the evidenceable decline in the value of these currencies, the buying power would have dropped significantly. One way to preserve that is to move your money into Lumi and hold it in Lumi, which of course is pegged to the price of 4 grains of gold, so that as gold prices appreciate, the buying power of that you are now holding in Lumi will also appreciate with it. So that even if you decide to spend that money in the same local currency a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, you will have more buying power and it would have appreciated instead of actually declined. Now, these are simple fundamental facts that are facing our people and our economies. And people wonder why it is difficult to transfer wealth from one generation to another, because we are faced with an environment where preserving that wealth is like swimming against a tide. It is like swimming against a wave that is so powerful, you can't overcome it. We can't live with that, and we can't continue to pass that on from one generation to another. We have to embrace those strategies and those tools that are available to us today so that we can change that for good. Okay? There is also, by using the Lumi, we introduce the freedom to participate in the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is in fact effective. There are a number of countries that have already tabled their plans already, and the market is open for them to trade with one another. We need to be able to empower somebody in Nigeria to transact with somebody in South Africa, to transact with somebody in Malawi, transact with somebody in Eswatini, somebody in Ethiopia. And we need to be able to do this seamlessly. And that's what brings us to the common instrument of exchange. Now, one of the things that has always been a huge challenge in the time that we have started this journey over the last 2 years is people asking constantly, how do I convert Lumi into my local currency? I'm not going to say that they've been asking the wrong question, but the more fundamental question is, how can I transact with Lumi in a familiar currency using amounts that I am familiar with, so that if I am in South Africa, I can simply transact in South African rand, but the actual underlying value that is being moved around, which is accessible to absolutely everybody, is the Lumi. But those in South Africa, at the press of a button, should be able to go into a restaurant and pay in South African rand. Now, when that person then, imagine that person now trying to do business with somebody in Nigeria, at the click of a button, they should be able to convert their values into Nigerian Naira and do a transaction within our own infrastructure to somebody who wants to supply them a good or service from Nigeria and make that payment instantly, in real time, in Nigerian Naira equivalent, but with the fundamental value being transferred being the Lumi, our common instrument of exchange. And that is very much in line with what Chief Timothy mentioned about our exchange rate mechanism. The exchange rate mechanism is not something that was conceived just by words. We have set out to implement infrastructure to support it and provide the tools that will now enable somebody in South Africa to transact with Lumi using the familiar currency, the South African rand that they know. Somebody in Nigeria doing that with Nigerian Naira. Somebody in Ethiopia doing that with the birr. Somebody in Malawi doing that with the Malawian kwacha. In prices, in values, where their goods and services are priced, in the local currencies where they are. And if you are somebody who likes to travel, and you suddenly find yourself that you are not in South Africa anymore, you've jumped on a plane and you find yourself in Lagos, Nigeria, at the click of a button, you are in Nigeria. Your local currency is now Nigerian Naira. One button, you can now start transacting with people in the familiar currency where you can access goods and services in Nigerian Naira. The fundamental underlying value that is being transferred across remains the Lumi. And by doing this, we are for the first time, that is why I said that what we have put in place is the most impactful and the most innovative yet. Now, Reverend Alfredi said when he opened his conversation that we are doing things that have never been done before. Truly, we are leading the world and showing people how things can be done. And today, evidence suggests that the rest of the world is beginning to use the kind of language that we have been using for more than 2 years. But we need to keep moving. We need to keep implementing those solutions that set our ideas firmly on the ground and firmly in a way that they remain completely accessible to everybody, so that it's not just talk, but it's a solution that is accessible and usable here and now. And so if you are able to do that at the click of a button, switch your transacting currency from South African Rand to Nigerian Naira, then we are going to provide an ecosystem which avoids costly currency conversion, because there is actually no conversion taking place. Remember, people don't need to convert for the sake of converting. People need to transact. That's why transactions, and not just any transaction, but transactions that are accessible to the 1.3 billion people across the continent, so that we can trade confidently with each other and the rest of the world. So in the same order, I said that you can sit in South Africa. Imagine sitting in South Africa, pressing a button, converting your transactions value system into Nigerian Naira, so that you can instantly transact with somebody in Nigeria. And you can do that with all the countries of the world. So that provides an opportunity for instant foreign currency payments, or FX, but without conversion, but enabling you to transact in values that you are familiar with. Now, one of the things that most people will be familiar with is those that have people abroad within continental Africa, because the system has been set up in such a way that people can't aspire to get very rich within continental Africa, because the system doesn't work for them. 80% of people in some countries remain excluded from accessing financial services. These people can only trade with their neighbors in cash. They can't even sell something efficiently and cost effectively to their neighboring country.
From what I read, wow, this Balloon was actually in use before.
And
it was used by a specific region then in Jamaica during the colonial era as a means of exchange, later being adopted by all African countries, economic, Europe, and everything. But suddenly, the Lumi.
Okay, sorry about that. I think the gentleman was making quite an exposition. We'll provide an opportunity for him to come in after this, or at some point in the course of our discussions. So what we're saying is that we are leading the way in providing a common instrument, not just of exchange, but a common instrument of instant global payments to help businesses and individuals to save on FX costs, and to provide an environment, an ecosystem where people can trade with the world and participate in the new global digital economy. We must not be left behind. In fact, we are paving the way for us to lead the way that people transact, not just with their neighbors, not just with people in the same country, but within this new global digital economy, in a way that is accessible, in a way that creates a level playing field for everybody, in a way that creates the opportunity for wealth creation for everybody, so that we can begin to talk about and transform our economies through equitable access of opportunities for everybody. So that's the value proposition. This journey didn't begin today. It's not starting now. We started this about 2 years ago when the Lumi was introduced. And that journey is just gathering steam every day. Now, of course, some of the things I will show you now are not things that are created overnight. It takes time. It takes diligent work and engagement. And we don't often talk about these things that are going on in the background. When Reverend Alfredi was talking earlier on, I did step in and I say, he's a modest man and that he's involved in major projects round the clock in order to push forward the success of the Lumi. And let nobody tell you that it cannot be done, because we're doing it. We just need to be confident enough and fear not to embrace it and use it and trade with one another in the way that makes sense for everybody. So on that note, I'm going to stop and I'm going to go into Transact. I would have loved to share two sides of my screen, but I think I can only share one at a time. But I'm not going to let that hamper this. So
let's see if I can make you a full host, because you are a co-host, and let's see if you can share your full screen.
Yes, because ideally I want to share two screens, and the two screens would represent two users, one user on the one hand and another user on the other hand, so that we can see the interaction.
Try, let's see. I think I've made you host now.
You can see from my screen, I was looking for the opportunity to share my entire desktop, but it's not letting me.
I've made you host now.
Basic, advanced. Slides, computer audio, no. Content, no. Okay, it's not letting me share my entire screen. So what I will do is I will share just one screen and I can switch to the other if needed. But I will also try and make the effort to make the presentation complete on one screen, so we don't have to switch back and forth. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to just go into this one.
While Dr. Linus is setting that up, just so that everyone is clear about what we are talking about. Where we are right now in the world and where the world is going, moving into the future, market forces are actually driving the way people live. And as members of this community, using Transact, we kind of insulate ourselves from the present market forces. Yeah. The value that you had in your local currency in January, the buying power that your local currency could allow you in January is completely different from the buying power your currency can afford you right now. You know, we're having a meeting with the colleagues in Nigeria, I think it was last week or so, and we were actually having a discussion on how many percent, you know, the percentage that the Naira has depreciated from January till now. In Ghana, same thing. We actually did a brief study, and it shows that it's about 63% of depreciation of local currencies across the continent. If you bought 2 liters of cooking oil in South Africa in January, it would have costed you about 79 rands. Today, 2 liters of cooking oil is 110 rands. So almost 45 rands more from January. So what we are doing here is that with the Lumi as the base currency and using it to facilitate transactions and convert your payment capacity within the continent and around the world, it makes it easy for you to secure your currency and give you a better buying power going into the future. So Linus, you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. So what you see here is a typical screen where you have your value in Lumi. And so because the Lumi is in digital form, circulated in digital form, the idea is that at the click of a button, we want to provide the person in Nigeria to know exactly what their 8.26 Lumi is in Nigerian Naira, so that when they want to make a transaction, they are actually executing that transaction in familiar pricing in Nigerian Naira. So if I want to make a payment to another, say a restaurant, or a bus driver, a school to pay school fees, I will simply go to transfer and I would send money. I will put, you're not seeing the other screen, but I will put the name of the recipient. In this case, I'm just using demo user 2, and I will put the amount. Because I've selected Nigerian Naira, it means that if I type in 1,000, then I'm actually sending 1,000 Nigerian Naira, okay? So I can click submit, and that transaction is done, okay? That payment is gone to the other party. It's as simple as that. I have just conducted a payment in Nigerian Naira. Now, if I happen to be doing business with somebody in South Africa and they want me to send them 50 Rand, I would simply come in here and select South African Rand. And I would then make the same payment to the person in South Africa, but this time I'm typing 50. And because I've selected South African Rand, that payment is equivalent to 50 South African Rand. I submit, it's done. Now, imagine a scenario.
Dr. Linus,
yes?
Dr. Linus, just one step back.
Yes?
When you switch from the Naira to the Rand,
yes.
Please show us the display of the currency in the Rand. Because
okay, so that's the home page.
The initial user, yeah, the home page, yeah. The
so we go back to Lumi.
Yeah, the initial user was in Naira, but now the user has changed, and it's another user who is now in the Rand territory. So when
can you see, Brother Mbi, can you see my screen on the what I have now selected is Lumi, aka Lumi, and I can see the balance here is showing as 8.07 AKL. Can everybody see that?
Yes, I can see, but I can see a message coming through from Paul. I think Paul is in Nigeria. He's saying that he can't see the share. My suggestion is that if you can't see it, I can see it. I'm sure other people can also see it. Just, yeah, somebody else, Rose, is saying they can see it. So Paul, just step out of the meeting and come back in. You'll be able to see it.
Brother Mbi, I could stop sharing and then share again.
No, it's his screen. It's not yours.
All right. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. So
the point is,
he just needs to step out and step back in.
Good.
Yeah.
So that is my balance. It's in Lumi. If I'm in South Africa, I would just select South African Rand, and everything I do, all my transactions would now be in South African Rand. Okay.
Yeah.
Same person. If you are a business person and you've now traveled to Nigeria, or you want to transact with somebody in Nigeria, you just select Nigerian Naira, NGN. Your balances are shown in Nigerian Naira. Your transactions are shown in Nigerian Naira. Now, if you want to trade with somebody in India who is part of our ecosystem, remember, because of the exchange rate mechanism, it means that businesses outside of continental Africa within the diaspora that want to trade with continental Africa would now need to effectively join this ecosystem and be able to use the Lumi to trade and execute transactions in this way. Now, they would of course have to buy their Lumi and put either US dollars or euros or Japanese yen or Chinese renminbi against the value of the Lumi that they would receive. Okay. Now, if you want to trade with somebody in India, you can simply just select Indian rupees. And again, your values are in Indian rupees. You can simply transact in Indian rupees. All right. Now, if I can, perhaps I could, okay, let me go to the transfers, which I just executed. let's look at the transfer history. So for the transfer history, remember the first transaction, I think I did South African Rand. Yes, there was 50 South African Rand. The 50 South African Rand is actually equivalent. If you want to see the value in Lumi, then you just pick Lumi. And that's equivalent to 0.19 Lumi. So effectively, that transaction has been achieved by moving 0.19 Lumi from my account to the restaurant's account in order to pay a meal for 50 South African Rand. Okay. And the other transaction was, I think, 1,000 Nigerian Naira, which is that. You can see that here, okay? So the equivalent in Lumi that has actually been transferred across is, you can just pick your AKL and you can see that it is actually 0.15 Lumi. So what are we trying to do here? What have we done? We have created an ecosystem where people can now use their Lumi as though it is their local currency. And so let me emphasize again, if you are in Nigeria, you would simply pick Nigerian Naira and do all your transactions in Nigerian Naira. But the underlying instrument that is being transferred will always be Lumi. As a business, you can now do your accounting in Nigerian Naira. If you are in South Africa, you would simply pick South African Rand, and all your transactions will be in South African Rand. If you are in South Africa and you want to transact with somebody in, let's say, in Canada, you can simply pick Canadian dollars, and then you can send your payment to them in Canadian dollars. They have to be part of our own ecosystem. And this is the reason I said this is not just for us, but it is to allow and enable the rest of the world to trade with 1.3 billion people within continental Africa, and to provide that single instrument that we have all been seeking to provide the opportunity for every individual within continental Africa to be able to trade and transact with every other individual across the continent, no matter which country, which of the 54 countries they find themselves in. Today, because of the over 40 currencies that we have in the respective African countries, the ability to actually trade is difficult. People have to suffer phenomenal exchange rate losses just to move money from one country to another. By putting in place this exchange rate mechanism and the prerequisite infrastructure to get it to work in a way that is accessible to absolutely every individual, every business, and every government across Africa, we will have addressed that problem firmly. Okay, so I can now switch to the other account, which I would have liked to show you side by side, so that we can see the transaction for, the first one was in Nigerian Naira, for 1,000 Nigerian Naira, and the other one for 50 South African Rand, which is that transaction. So just keep an eye on those two transactions, transfer log, or better still, let me do it in the form of a request. Okay. So let's. Oh no, I'm not going to go through that, because that's something we're going to introduce. I'm not going to go through that. There is yeah.
I know that you are tempted with all the things that we have already lined up. So I suggest we hold some of those back while everybody understands what this mechanism is, because that is actually the focus. It's the starting point. And yes, from here, we will now start layering all the other things. We don't want to lose anyone.
That's right.
Everybody to be able to understand what is happening, how the transactions are being executed. So I can see Dr. Linus is going a little bit ahead of himself there. and he realized. so let's just focus on this one so that everybody understands. Because that's right. The objective. Everybody needs to understand what we have in place right now here.
Just to show you, I'm going to, because I can't share my both screens and you can see this one. So let me go to the home page and we can see that in Lumi, this particular account has 8.07 Lumi in it. So if I send 1.93, then it will get the balance to 10, okay? So let me do that. This is the account number. This account number, when your account is activated here, that will be your SWIFIN ID. And I must emphasize that we have two things going on here. There is the very robust engine which produces the Lumi and helps to distribute it. That is the SWIFIN account. That will always remain the de facto engine for the production and circulation and distribution of the Lumi. Then the question is, once you have your Lumi, how can you transact with it as though it is your local currency? That's where transact comes in. So make no mistakes, you will need your SWIFIN account in order to access the Lumi. But if you don't want to receive the stimulus or whatever it is, then of course you can be onboarded here directly and you can transact here, but only access what other people pay you and not the stimulus. Okay, so let me make a payment of 1.93 into this account from another account, which you can't see. I have two demo accounts. So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to go to transfer and I'm going to click on send money and I'm sending to this number, okay, which is selected here. And the amount that is being sent, I said was 1.93. Now, if we send 1.93, then it means that the total value here now should be 10 Lumi, okay? 10 Lumi. So let me just refresh that. To refresh, you can either reload or you can just select another currency and then select your AKL back. It's 10.04. There is a possibility that there is a transactional component there, which is, so that's 10 Lumi, okay? We wanted to send so that that balance is 10 Lumi. Now, if I switch to Nigerian Naira, and my balance now is 66,273.06, if I want that balance to be increased by a certain amount so that it's about 67,000 Naira, let me see how much I need to send. I'm just going to calculate it, just bear with me. So that would be 67,000 minus 66,273.06. Okay, so I need to send 726.94 Nigerian Naira. And let's imagine having a conversation with somebody in South Africa that, oh, before I send you the product that you have ordered from me, you need to send me 726.94 Naira. The person would simply go into their account. You will have to give them your account number or your SWIFIN ID, and they would use that SWIFIN ID. The way that they will execute the transaction is that they would simply select Nigerian Naira on their side, and then they will send the exact amount that you need, which is 726.94 Naira, and then submit. Now, when they submit and you refresh, let's refresh, if we reload the screen, you would see that my balance is now 67,000 Naira because I've received an extra 726.94. Okay? So that is how innovative and how revolutionary it is. That for the first time, we are now able to use the Lumi as though we are using our local currency. And that is our answer to the exchange rate regulatory framework that has been proposed and put in place and circulated widely. So this, I hope, would completely put a stop to people asking, how do I convert my Lumi into worthless fiat or any other currency for that matter? The question is, how much do you want to pay in your local currency? And how can you use your Lumi to fulfill and complete that transaction in real time with your neighbor, with other businesses, individuals, and government agencies in your own country, and with other participants in any other country within continental Africa and the rest of the world. And if you wanted to do your transactions in US dollars so you can trade with the United States, you simply select USD. And that should then get your values completely in US dollars. And you can start transacting in US dollars. All the amounts that you send are displayed to you in US dollars. This is a tool to help you to transact. So welcome to SWIFIN Transact. On that note,
that's it.
I'm going to stop.
Are we allowed to clap hands?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes, you can.
If you want to.
Okay.
If you want to. So this is what Transact looks like over the last few months, over the last few weeks. We have been cracking our heads and working with the developers and trying to get it to respond we have as a problem in our community and to come in as a major solution for the road we have traced and the road we have ahead of us. I suggest that we keep this conversation as simple and as direct as possible. You saw that Chief and Reverend Afredi joined this meeting. These are just preludes to the anniversary meeting we are going to have on the 28th of October. I just thought I should mention that. These are just preludes to the anniversary event we are going to have on the 28th of October. But all these tools, and we would probably have another meeting or two before the anniversary meeting. But as Dr. Linus has announced, we are working on a structure and a schedule where every day we will be online for 1 hour, dealing with all the queries, guiding people on how to execute and to execute transactions in different markets, and sharing on some of the new developments that we are adding onto the system. As I said earlier, Dr. Linus wanted to go a little bit ahead of himself. We want everybody to understand this foundation first before we start bringing in all the other layers so that nobody gets lost. We get a lot of messages, people saying everything is so complicated and all of that. We want to keep it as simple as possible so that it's fully understood by everyone. Okay, so Dr. Linus, I think what we will do right now is that we'll take a few questions as we head to the end of the meeting, just so that we can kind of position some of the responses based on the immediate questions that people could have this evening. I have already Shady Johnson as the first person. Please, Shady, go ahead. The floor is yours. You can open your mic.
Good evening.
Good evening, Shady.
Yeah, I'm Shady Johnson. I just want to ask 1 or 2 questions. The guy, how he worried us here in Bonny. I want to ask, I've seen the explanation Dr. Linus made, and I actually 1 or 2 okay with it, but the area I want to ask is that we are watching it, seeing it on phone now. The way it shows on the system, when you want to do it on phone, it become difficult to use. So now, if you want to because we are talking about transacting from somebody to somebody. Now, if you want to transact, make transfer from your Lumi down to your own local account, like how are you going to do it? Then two, we here in Bonny, in part of River State, we actually see that we go, it's like we are drawing people back. Frankly speaking, we are not much educated in this business. So what I want to ask, how am I, because I've been trying to generate SWIFIN ID for those that did not have they didn't see their mails. So now how am I going to do that? That's the two questions I want to ask. One is, how am I going to do that? Because I want to start with the agent here now, running from some other part of River State. So a lot of questions and a lot of things in my head. I've been doing the one I call. Now, when you transfer your 44cc, and then when you come back and put your this thing again, it will not open. If they tell you wrong, so that is the problem I'm having. And then two, I could not receive me any email anymore from this. I've been trying to reset some account, no way for me, no mail for me, no answer, no response. So I want to know what is how am I going to do to get back those things so that I can able to.
So I think what we should do at this point, your question is very valid and very valuable. Dr. Linus, I think what we should do is that we should share the email responses we are getting. In fact, clear it before you show so that everybody can see the responses we are getting on the email side, because his question is mainly around access. When people try to access using 444cc to reactivate their accounts, he's saying they don't get any response. And we found why they don't get the response, and that's why we set up the mailbox. I would like that we would share with everybody so that everyone can see what is actually going on in the back. We'll share with everyone the response that when the mail goes through, we are getting on our side, or the system is getting on its side. And that's why most of us are unable to get that communication coming through. For people whose email addresses are good, people whose email addresses have been verified, they get their email communication coming through effectively. So we are going to share that. Dr. Linus, can we share that screen now?
Yes, let me share this. Let me share the screen.
What we need to do then is that we will clear it, because as we speak, hundreds and hundreds of the bounced messages are sitting in the inbox. We'll clear it, and you can see how quickly it fills up again, because it's sending messages, and the feedback we are getting is that the email address is not correct.
Yeah, and it's actually causing us a problem, because our systems are trying to send out emails to addresses that don't exist, and our system now has to do double work to inform us that they have tried to deliver, and don't worry, we will try again, and the system tries again, and then ultimately sends us a message saying, sorry, this email, we cannot deliver this email. This is an example, okay? So if you look at this, you can see this. We delete this every time, but look at the number of pages of messages that are deleted because people have very quickly tried to sign up and they have not used a proper email address. It's a problem for us. So if you haven't used a proper email address, this is what happens. This is the mail system at host, mailbox.swifin.com. I am sorry to have to inform you that your message could not be delivered to one or more recipients. It's attached below. And the reason it says that this mailbox is disabled, okay? The mailbox is either disabled or does not exist. And we have many, many, many of these emails. So what it's not what we suspect, but what people are doing is that they very quickly want to create accounts for people, and instead of using a valid mailbox, they are simply just putting in any rubbish as an email address, and then going to the next step. And so when they sit and they are waiting for that activation email to come through, it doesn't come through. Or for those that have registered before we enforce the activation process, when they request for a password reset, and our support team is working diligently and working very hard. I do commend them, because there are times when I'm actually monitoring these messages and I see people giving responses to questions at every single hour of the day, whether it's 1 a.m. or 3 a.m. When you post a question to the support team, there is somebody somewhere that will respond. They are very efficient. Now, when they try to reset a password, and the password and the system tries to send the password to an email address like this one, which doesn't exist, this is the result. The result is thousands and thousands of messages that come in like this, saying that that message cannot be delivered. This
Dr.
is
Linus,
here.
Excuse me.
Yes.
As I'm talking to you, as I'm speaking to you, I'm Shady Johnson. My email is valid. And what they do is that when I try, when I send, they will not, I will not get any feedback until I will then later see the feedback after 2 days. Got my data always on because of this SWIFIN. My data always on. So because I promised my people that in that's why they appointed me to be in charge. My data always on, whether they give me money or not. I know how many data I burn every day. I keep it open. Now, it's after 2 days, I will not see the image. Now, when I try to do something, they will tell me that this thing is expired. So
okay, so I think what we'll do, Shady, please, while we are in this meeting, we have a number of our support team who are here, right?
Yeah.
Send your details on a ticket so that we don't delay everyone else. Send your details on a ticket, right?
It's okay.
One of the support team members who is in the meeting now and can hear you will go into your account, and we will see. They are going to maybe trigger a reset, and we would see even on the system whether it's been delivered or not. Okay. While we are dealing with the other emails or other questions that are on the floor, so that we come back to you by the time we close. I am sure I can see Rev Elad is there. I can see there are a number of the support team members that are here. So just go on to support, onto ticket, and post a ticket, and let's see. We need to open up your own account specifically. What we also realized is that a lot of people don't even read. Even when the email comes and they say, click for your email address to be verified, people just move on without clicking, and then the email address is not verified. So you end up not getting update emails and any transaction or communication email that needs to come to that email account will not be delivered because the verification of that email address has not taken place. So our suggestion is that for everyone who is operating and supporting people, make sure that you verify your email. For those who do not have email addresses, mailbox.swifin.com is available. It's a tool that we have put in place to be able to resolve this problem of emails once and for all. Okay?
Yep. And all you need
so let's move to, yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, and all you need to do is request for your SWIFIN mailbox, and we would provide you with an accessible mailbox that you can guarantee that you receive your messages in a timely fashion.
And if there's any issue, even with your password and all of that, there's a possibility for us now to help on our side. If it's in an external or third-party email address, we are unable to do that. And that's why we had to set this up.
Yeah.
Okay. I said everybody should try and put your name on the Zoom, because I can see people's hands up here, but someone's name is Galaxy. There are so many galaxies, you know. Let's go to Goddess Marlene.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I love that.
Goddess, it's always helpful for everyone in the room for you just to tell us where you are interacting from, so that everybody can connect with you.
Yes, I had typed that in the chat earlier, but I will say it again. I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Go ahead.
I have a question, but I have two suggestions. So might I just say the suggestions first before getting to the questions? The first suggestion is, can you make a list of which African countries, as well as the various islands or countries where the diasporas are living, that have already signed on for the Lumi to be their digital currency, that have already approved it. So when we travel or so forth, or we can make a decision to travel there, so because we know that the Lumi will be accepted. The second suggestion is, can you please create a tab, something like a blog, where when we type a question in, an answer will come up for us. If that question was already asked, there will be an answer that we can look at, and we don't have to always create a ticket for such things. So we can
All right.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those two suggestions. The first one, we are going to publish a list on help. That place of the blog that you are talking about is already on Connect. If you go on to Connect, where you have to post the ticket, the second item there is help. If you click on to help, what you need to do is just to put your question there, and you would see all the documents and information related to that, guidelines and all of that will come up. There's a lot of information under there. So rather than posting a ticket, if you have an issue, your first stop always should be help, not ticket.
Okay, so is that updated if someone posts a new question that is not there? Does that get updated?
Yes, so when we have, that's part of the reason why we have these sessions. And what we have also done is that we've made it in a way that even members of our community, when you have something important that that affects the community, that affects the use of the platform, you can also write an article and we'll put it up, right? When we are having this session, so that anything that comes up, we capture it, and then we write processes, we write procedures, we write use cases, and we put them up under help.
Okay,
so that's part of the reason why we are having these meetings.
Okay,
just
concerning
to,
the transactions that you just did.
Sorry, just to
just
add
one
on to
moment,
what you say,
so that Sylvia should chip in a bit.
So when you click help, there's a drop down arrow that brings in two options. One is tickets, the other one is docs. So for the information, if you go to docs, that's where you get all the information relating to the various topics. So both the tickets and docs are under help.
Under help, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Concerning the transactions that you just showed us, is there a transaction fee? I didn't notice that when you were doing it. One, is there a transaction fee? And as a vendor, a merchant, they're receiving that payment in someone else's currency. How does that vendor now convert that currency to their own local currency? Like, for instance, I'm in Canada, I would need Canadian dollars. And then would I be able to withdraw that Canadian dollars so I can be able to use it for my living responsibilities here?
Great, good question.
And before you go on, where's the middle person between this so that no one gets scammed? If someone, because there are people out there that can say, okay, pose as a vendor and they're not a real vendor, and I send them my Lumi or Canadian dollars, and then I get nothing back. So that's a mouthful if you can answer all of that.
That is the reason we are introducing this? Thank you so much for that question. You have gone to the heart of the matter. Dr. Linus, maybe you can take this one.
Yeah, two things. The first one is transaction fee. Yes, there is a standard fee of 2.5% for transactions, but there is also a tier where transactions are completely free. But these will be available on Transact. You'll be able to click a button and just see what those are. In terms of withdrawing, we really want to move away from withdrawing. We want people to have access to a way of trading with one another. And so, for example, if there is a restaurant in Canada that doesn't accept payment in Lumi, then find one that does, and you go there and spend and access the things you need to access. Now, of course, I know that in Canada, there are other things such as paying your utility bills, maybe your local transportation, which you might not be able to pay directly in Lumi, but incrementally, we would hope that that ecosystem will expand. Those businesses that want to trade with 1.3 billion people and the 300 million extra in the diaspora will take it seriously, and they will come onto the ecosystem to start accepting Lumi. The idea is that by using Transact, if you are in Canada, you are doing the transactions in Canadian dollars, but the underlying amount that is being moved across is Lumi. But having said that, we hear you, and it's a very important question that many people have asked. Some of the things that are happening in the background is to try.
Dr. Linus, please. Dr. Linus, just one moment. Fred Baber, please just mute. It's affecting. We can't hear.
One of the things that we're working on in the background is to ensure that we have access to a liquidity pool to support merchants. And so merchants that have received payment in Lumi that need to go and restock, they can go through an invoice payment mechanism that can allow them to settle invoices in their local fiat, for example. But that is one way or one pathway of doing it. But that solution, we would hope, will be available to merchants first and foremost, and not to individuals. But I think we need to think outside of the box. And by thinking outside of the box, we are creating a transacting ecosystem, which allows me to transact with you and you to transact with everybody else. And so the question is, what are you exchanging in return? If it's a restaurant, then you'd go there and maybe get a meal. If it's a taxi, you get a taxi ride. But what about the possibility of transacting with somebody else that has local Canadian dollars, and then they give that to you and you make a transfer to them in equivalent Canadian dollars with the underlying value being transferred in Lumi? So you've now created yourself an opportunity to access the local Canadian dollar you want against your Lumi. We need to think outside of the box.
Yes, I understand that aspect of it. However,
yes,
being in Canada or the US, countries that are quite developed,
yes,
accepting Lumi to pay our rent, we have more bills. As you know, these countries live off transactions. As you say, transaction is the key. So the colonizers know all about that. So it's all bills, 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 bills. We go to work every day to pay bills.
Yes.
Light bills, water bills, electricity bills, telephone bills, credit card bills, rent. And we're not paying individual here. The apartments are set up. You have large corporations that own the apartment, that owns apartments. We're not renting from each other per se, like they do in certain of the in third world countries, not to an individual, but actually to corporations that have no part with Lumi and don't want that. So,
Goddess Marlene, I think, thank you so much. What Dr. Linus has explained, it's now at a macro level, right? But what we would like to explain to everyone is that
what you are talking about are practical daily actions that members of the community would need to embark on, right? And we are putting those processes in place. So for people who are in the US, in Canada, there's something that's coming. We don't want to go ahead of ourselves. We want to stay on the utility of this transaction. Everybody understands how it works. Because if nobody understands how it works, when we now start layering all these other things, how to pay people and how to get the money into the system, how to get money out of the system, nobody's going to understand it. So let's focus on how do we use this thing?
Oh, how do we address scams? Like if people, I send my funds and I don't get my product, how do we deal with that?
That is old, and that is why a key component of the next phase of this thing is the partnerships that we already have and that we are building with existing institutions within local markets. Then let me just talk a little bit about some of the steps going forward. What is going to happen subsequently is that we will open up markets with institutions in those markets that will be on-ramp and off-ramp institutions, okay? Or infrastructure that will be on-ramp and off-ramp infrastructure for markets where we already have those partnerships and those collaborations in place. We don't really want to confuse anyone at this stage. We want to make sure that everybody understands this stage, understands how it works. And then, for example, in Nigeria, we have a partner already. We are preparing the execution in Nigeria. In South Africa, we have a partner already. In Senegal, we have a partner already. In the US, we have a partner with whom we are finalizing. So these are things that are already in place. The agreements, even the integrations with the partner in the US is already in place. And when we bring that to the table, we want to bring it when you can already use it. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Linus, anything else, or just so that we close on this one?
Yes,
but the main thing is we need to deal with the fundamental first. How does this tool work? How do we use it for our benefit as members of this community?
Yeah, you've answered it all. Brother.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we just need to understand that in order to interface with the rest of the world, just to address your question in point, we are already saying that as part of the exchange rate mechanism, that we need external businesses that want to trade with continental Africa to put fiat on the table in order to access Lumi. So it goes without saying that with the fiat on the table against the Lumi, those that have Lumi that need to access fiat will be able to get it. So we just need to provide an interface or a mechanism to put fiat in and to take fiat out. Now, if that means taking fiat out means transferring the fiat to your Bank of America bank account, or your bank in Canada's in Canadian dollars, then that is something that you can expect will happen.
Or even converting that on your exchange to USDC, USDT, and then we can transfer that to our custodial or non-custodial wallet. That would probably be the thing to do there.
Exactly.
Yes.
You got it.
And that too.
You got
it. We already have an exchange. We just haven't actually opened it up yet.
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, it's there. It's just finishing.
You got it.
We were going to launch it, and then we decided to prioritize Transact, because Transact is fundamental to it's a fundamental solution to our exchange rate mechanism, and a fundamental solution to the problem of conversion in order to trade and pay for goods and services at a local level to community members who are already part of the ecosystem and are already willing and able to accept Lumi against payment for goods and services they supply. One of the things that has always been a headache is how much is one lumi in Nigerian naira? How much is one lumi in Canadian, in South African rand? How much is one lumi in Malawian kwacha? Now we've taken that out so that the burden of determination of value is no longer in the hands of the individual. They can continue to transact in their local currency, but with underlying value being transferred in lumi. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, we want to get people on board. Of course, we're going to have 1 hour sessions every day for the foreseeable future, making sure that any teething problems are resolved, people are given access and all that. And then, we can start concentrating our efforts on the exchange and other ways, because those are ancillary outlets. We need to get the basics right of exchange.
Dr. Linus, you said that these transactions can only be done with people with the SWIFIN account on the platform. So those that did not get a chance, like going forward, once the stimulus period is over, that's probably when we're going, obviously, that's when you're going to get the largest amount of people using Lumi as it grows, as it becomes more popular.
Correct.
So how do those people that did not get the stimulus, how do we do business with them? Because they would not have the SWIFIN account.
That's a brilliant question. Now, when I made I was presenting, I actually did mention, but only in passing, that if you want to benefit from the stimulus, then you still need the SWIFIN account in order to receive the distribution of Lumi. Now, if you are just on Transact, then of course you can still receive payments in Lumi, but only from other sources. We would not make any stimulus payments directly into Transact. Transact is Transact. It's for business.
So which in essence means that anybody who does not have account and has not been paid a stimulus will not get an allocation of the Lumi.
Yes,
but if they are on Transact, yes, they would have to buy it. If they are only on Transact, they would have to buy it. That's just the bottom line.
They would have to buy it or receive it as a payment against delivery of goods and services.
Yes.
Okay. Now, currently, I cannot access my followers.
Please, could you let Ambassador Jasmine in, please? She's been waiting, please.
I can't see her. There's nobody at the door. There's no one here. Yeah, I've been checking it. There's nobody at the door for the last 20 minutes.
Currently, I cannot access my email system on the Connect. Like I cannot email any of my followers on the Connect. I keep getting a message that's saying I need to have a plan for that. I don't understand why is that.
Right. Okay.
That before.
Yes. The messaging on Connect it's subject to a plan, but hopefully all that will change. We also wanted to introduce a plan for support so that when people need help, and we get a lot of people who are asking questions who need help. So we decided to put in place a support plan, but very quickly realized that, well, we need to take that off so that everybody can get the help they need free of charge. We will take a look at that and see how we can make it completely open and free for communication. But remember that if you log into your SWIFIN account, it actually has a much better and more secure way of communicating with people because it's internal. You're not delivering a message to an external system, but you're delivering a message internally that is secure, that they have to log into their account to get. The other question that you asked earlier about rogue participants is that if you want to do business with somebody, then at the very least you can use the internal messaging system to communicate and send your transaction requests across. And if it is then found that they tried to dupe you by taking your money, and not delivering the product, then that provides an audit trail and you will get your refund. 100% you will get your refund. We would make sure that the money is taken from the rogue trader and given back to you.
Okay, so we can follow those transactions with their IDs.
Yes.
Like we
Yeah,
can on Ethereum scan or
And-
Bitcoin scan and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in addition to that, there's a robust KYC process that would take place on Transact, because it's going to deal with people who are within our ecosystem and people out of our ecosystem. So we need to be able to have audit trails to track transactions and make sure that payments that are meant to go to specific people go to them, and that nobody infiltrates the system and brings in any confusion. So, and bear in mind that we are setting up the ecosystem and also putting all these security measures, and that's why for some certain kinds of transactions, we would want to have local institutions in different countries that support the members who are in those markets, so that we avoid all of this, or any issue that could come up with rogue traders.
With all this, will Lumi still and the exchange remain decentralized, or is all that changing now? Because with all the KYCs and so forth, normally decentralized platforms don't require KYC, as I'm in many of them. So is it now no longer decentralized?
It's decentralized. It's decentralized but monitored, because we don't want people to go into someone to do a transaction, it goes into a black hole. That we don't want.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Goddess Malin. Let's move to, I think I see Aminata is there. Aminata, you have the floor. Please just tell us where you are coming in from. Aminata, you have the floor. Are you there? If Aminata is not ready, we'll go to, I saw who there. There was someone, Nokia, or some Nokia C1. We had said, please put your real name.
Yeah, there is also Princess Dipo. Her hand was up for some time.
Okay, so Princess Dipo's hand I saw earlier.
Can you hear me?
Princess Dipo first before Nokia. Nokia came on now. I don't know whose name is Nokia C1. Please change the name so at least we know who we are. Yeah,
yes,
Princess
let's allow
Dipo, please
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nokia.
Princess, please come on first.
Put your name.
Because I saw her, but I
Yeah.
just did not see her. She came on a lot earlier.
Yeah.
Princess.
Yeah, my name is Ahmad Moda from Kenya. Can you hear me?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Princess
Can you
Dipo,
hear me,
come
please?
through. Nokia, please mute your mic. Nokia.
Nokia, please mute. You are coming after Princess Dipo. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Please change your
Can you
name
hear
in the
me?
bottom so at least we know who we are talking to. Before we come
Can
to
you
you,
hear
please
me?
just do that.
Yes, please
We
go
can
ahead,
hear you,
Princess.
Princess. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My first question is that if I need to transfer money from one user to the other who's on Connect, do I need to have a plan to do that? Let's say I want to transfer money to brother B, for an example, from my Lumis to brother B. Do I need to have a plan for me to do that?
So
remember that all these plans that we have.
Yeah, there's certain levels of transfer plans. We actually put that as a mechanism to safeguard people who try to wrestle other people's accounts. You must understand that there are people who have been trying. These are things we are bringing it to the community now, so everybody should understand the rationale behind some of the things we do. We imposed those plans and made sure that people could not transfer up to a certain amount unless they have been validated internally. And And the plans we put in place is so that when you want to purchase a plan, we'll get to know exactly who is purchasing the plan. Is that account their account? Are they allowed to do transfers from that account and all of that? So, and we are almost in a place where those support plans for, we will see how we phase them out slowly, but we are getting to a place where we'll phase them out. And that's why we literally made them at different tier levels. At the first level, you could not transfer more than, I think, 0, something lumi and per day. And the reason was that once we see those transactions going through, we can now go back and track to say the person who is doing this transfer, are they supposed to be doing it? Is it their account? Because some people wrestled other people's accounts.
And on that
because
note,
they helped them to register, and they knew that the people are probably in some rural area, and they just kept taking their Lumi without them knowing. And then we got the feedback. So we had to start putting all of these breaks to make sure that people do not lose their money.
And on that note, if for example you have access to somebody else's account because you help them to register and you know their password, and you have been going in and transferring 0.9 Lumi every day from their account into your own account, we know who you are. We know who you are. It will catch up with you.
Second question.
Yeah.
I've noticed that my debit order hasn't gone through last month for my subscription. Has there been a problem in that regard? What's happening there?
Okay, don't worry about that. I mean, quite frankly, when we activated those subscriptions, we activated them on account. And as Brother B explained, the reason really wasn't to make money out of it, but to make sure that the people who have access to a higher capacity to make transactions, we know who they are, and the account has been matched to their subscription. So your subscription is actually not affected. And even if you haven't made, the payment hasn't gone through again, don't worry. We had a technical problem, which meant that the payment wasn't being taken, but your actual subscription is not affected. So the amounts that you were entitled to pay are still the same, and you can continue doing that for as long as you want. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question number 3.
Yes.
The merchants, the trading amongst ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does everybody that has to be a merchant has to be registered on Connect? For an example, let me make an example.
Yes.
MTN.
Yeah.
MTN is a cell phone provider, right?
Yeah.
And I need to buy airtime from MTN. Does MTN have to be one of the merchants on the platform for me to be able to use my Lumis buying airtime from MTN?
All right. So let me explain how that is going to happen. And that is why we are saying we are putting in place a number of ecosystems and infrastructure that already exist for people to be able to access local services in their countries. Let me use MTN as an example. And Princess Depot, who is in South Africa, what you would see subsequently is that on the system, we are going to implement a value-added service access, which would be available for members in South Africa to be able to access all the value-added services that we have on the system. So we don't need MTN to be as MTN, the organization in the system, but there are products and services we will make available to the people within the ecosystem in South Africa. Same thing in a place like Zimbabwe, same thing in Nigeria, same thing in Senegal. So if you are in, for example, if you are in South Africa, you don't need the airtime for Nigeria, for MTN Nigeria, you need MTN South Africa. So we need to, and it takes a lot of thinking and structuring to make sure that we secure the products in every market for the members in that market to be able to benefit so that it doesn't crisscross. So that is also another layer, which, as I said, you guys should just keep watching. There's a layer that we are bringing in, which would be that layer, where for you who is in South Africa, you are able to access MTN on the system. You are able to access Vodacom, Cell C, pay electricity, pay water bills, and all of that. It's coming. Yeah.
Okay.
In Nigeria,
Another question.
same thing.
In South Africa now.
The reason why we are going on and on, Princess, is because we can see that the questions you are asking are valuable to members in the community, and everybody may have the same questions. So your next question, I think after this one, we'll move to the next person because the meeting has gone a little bit longer than anticipated.
Oh, okay.
So then the other questions, we can take it offline and we communicate within the communities and support structures that we have in the group, so that all the other people, I can see some people who had questions have actually taken off their hands.
Okay,
so
let me let other
Princess.
people. No, let me let other people speak.
Okay, Aminata then. Okay. Thank you so much, Princess.
Okay.
Aminata, you can open your mic. I can see your microphone is not even available, so we will not be able to hear you, Aminata. You have not activated your mic, so we'll not be able to see you. The next person will be Samuel Mwendo.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Mwendo from Kenya. I do register people here in our country. And I think,
you see, Samuel, you know why it's good to put your name. I've been emailing back and forth with Samuel. It's only now that I can't see the face. It's very, very important. So his name was Nokia, and I wasn't sure who I was communicating with. We have been emailing back and forth. It's very, very good for us to be able to connect a face to an email that we are responding and communicating back and forth. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have some two questions for the room, and I think my first question have been answered. I do register people in our country. Receiving members who were registered last year, they are coming to activate their accounts, but after checking their accounts, I discovered they were not registered with valid email accounts. I just raised a ticket to Brother Patrick and told me to register them on Connect with another valid email. There is no problem. My question is that, will there be any problem with the account when the exchange will be ready?
No. So for those people who did not have valid email addresses, we have put a mechanism in place to be able to change their emails so that they get a mailbox.swifin.com email address. Okay? So they will not have a problem. And the starting point always would be that they have to go in, register on Connect, and then and then on Connect we can now use those details and work with you to update their email address on account when they access. Are you there, Samuel? Looks like we lost Samuel.
Okay. My second question is that I'm there.
We are losing you, Samuel. Samuel, my suggestion is type your question. Your connection is very bad. Type your question. We can't hear. We can't hear you, Samuel. Just type your question in the chat and we'll take it up. We'll respond to it. While let's go to someone else. Just type your question on the chat. Can you hear me? Yeah, just go back to mute your mic, type your question, mute your mic, type your question, Samuel. We can't hear you. Your connection is very bad. Okay, thank you very much. Samuel is probably going to type his question. Ochaka, you are next. Aminata, your hand is up, but your mic is off. Your mic is not activated. So I know we are unable to hear you. Ochaka, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Nigeria. This is Ochaka.
Oh, from Nigeria.
Yes. So,
welcome.
Thank you very much. I've been doing a lot of registrations for people in the past before the upgrade. And we worked a lot with people in the rural areas. And, you know, the major challenge really is having the smartphones. Many of them don't really have access to these smartphones. And majority of the rural people are the people who really are unbanked. And if we really want them to be involved, we have to find a way to really make it accessible to them. So my question is there any plan to incorporate these people? I don't know how. Yes.
Okay. So I will respond to you. You are part of our group, the Nigerian meeting that we have, I think, on Tuesdays. Yes. So what we are doing in Nigeria, we will end up only using phone numbers. What will be needed will be only phone numbers. So let's go past this phase. The next phase for Nigeria especially, we would use only phone numbers. So basically, your phone number would be your key identifier, which you can now use to transact with everyone else.
That would be amazing, because that's what I wanted to say, because with the banks, the local banks were able to do transfers with just the most cheapest and unsophisticated phone. So if really this can be done, it would really go a long way in inculcating our people into the system.
Absolutely. We are very, 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 very much aligned with that issue. And we are hoping that what we are doing in Nigeria will serve as an example. Quite frankly, the Nigerian banking environment is a lot more sophisticated than a lot of places. And people don't actually see it. We have a partner in Nigeria with whom we are putting this in place. It would give access right across the whole of Nigeria. So let's just keep on putting the structures in place, having the agents set up across every single state, so that as soon as we open up, all the people who need reactivation would get people who will be able to help them. That's why we are having the support meeting and trying to just show you guys how to use the system, how to help people, and all of that. And this meeting we are having with Nigeria, we are also setting up for all the other countries. South Africa, we are setting up South Africa's own meeting. Senegal, we already have their own. Zimbabwe, we are going to set up the Zimbabwe meeting. And the idea, and that's why Dr. Lyons was talking about the 1 hour, is that 1 hour we will talk about all the other things. We will support people who can come in just to ask, how can I do this? How do you support me with that? 1 hour fixed. When that hour is done, that hour is done. We wait for the next day. But then we would have direct support meetings with individual countries through the week, just to make sure that everybody is aligned as the products and services are coming online. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
I see Brother Patrick. His hand has been up for some time. It's coming up and going back.
Thank you, sir. I have a question that I believe will be very hot on the help desk going forward. Registration on Transact. When will it be open and what are the requirements? Just prepare us for that one, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so we are preparing a communication that will go out. Dr. Linus will be done with it tomorrow, right? With all the links.
Yeah, I think we should be done. We should be done by tomorrow. The expectation is that everybody who already has an account, a SWIFIN account, would be automatically migrated across so that they have their ID and they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Wow, that would be perfect. Thank you.
What would then need to happen is that during the 1 hour sessions that we're going to be happening every day, we're actually going to be helping people to transfer their balances into transact from the SWIFIN account, so that they can start trading and they start doing what they need to do immediately. And as part of that, there is actually an opportunity for the entire community, because one of the things we have discussed internally and thought we do almost as a pilot is to empower individuals that have a balance on SWIFIN account to actually trade that balance and enable people to have a balance on Transact. So you can transact with them. For example, if you wanted to sell some of your Lumi that you have in Lumi account, and somebody has a Transact account and they don't have any Lumi, then we need to be able to educate people so they know how to do that transaction and sell it, and then convert some of their Lumi into their local fiat if they want, right?
Sure.
But the long-term risk of that is that you move it from the store of value to a currency that is quickly depreciating. In fact, in Nigeria, we were looking at the transactions last week. The dollar was about 600 and something to the naira. So $1 was about 660 something, if I remember well. But as of Monday, it was 771. So if you had your money more in Lumi, and then that depreciation took place, if you moved it back into naira to be able to use it to buy your goods and services, you would have the 770 and not the 660 something that you had in the naira. So it's not, and that's why we really want to educate people around this. Everybody should understand what it means to store value in a stable environment.
Yeah, for those that are looking for current consumption, I mean, if you have something to pay now in Nigerian naira, you have something to pay now, and you may not be too worried about what the value of that Nigerian naira might be able to purchase for you next month or in 6 months or in a year's time. In that case, sell some of your Lumi to meet your current consumption, because you're not worried about the value of that Lumi in 6 months. You're worrying about buying bread now, right? So those are the opportunities, and people need to understand that those opportunities are there. But you have to do your own work and do your own selling and access the value that you want.
Just for clarity, Dr. Linus. Just for clarity, Dr. Linus, Transact, is it SWIFIN Transact? What is the correct name or term for it, sir?
Transact.
It's just Transact.
You call it SWIFIN Transact, yes.
Okay, SWIFIN Transact. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Is that not at the SWIFIN site to log in? I'm at the Connect site trying to log in.
That's fine. We're doing some work on it at the moment, so you might not be able to access it. Just try again a bit later.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
But I don't see a Transact link there. You know, you have all the account payments.
No, don't worry.
Yeah, we are going to put that up. Don't worry.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So it solves my question, because I was going to ask if it's going to be an app that one can download onto a smartphone, so that it becomes user-friendly. Is it web-based or is going to be an app?
Everything we do now is available as PWA. It's an app that you can click a button on any device and you can install instantly on your phone, but you need to visit the online portal. So it will be available like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. On the same token, Dr. Linus, I've sent you a direct message. You have seen it. That is a query we have been handling, you and me, of that gentleman, that doctor that's doctor in Zambia, who is unable to access his account. I've direct messaged you.
All right, okay. I'll take a look. Thanks.
Please, if you can.
And
yeah.
Oh, and for Samuel, I've seen your message. You also direct message. We are going to deal with that email address. It looks to me as if it's an email address we have seen that is rejecting to receive a message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I get
Okay.
it.
So,
okay, thank you.
So I think we are just about done. This meeting has taken a lot longer. We had two of our colleagues in the executive who joined and made some really strong statements at the beginning, and it took a little bit of time, but it was necessary because where we are going is very important. And this month we are getting into is the anniversary month. And that's why we're trying to bring a lot of these things on as quickly as possible before we move into year 3. So unless there's anything else, Brother Servius, Dr. Linus, please, Brother Servius, you can go just so that we can bring this to a close. Brother Servius, are you there? Oh, I'm sure he got cut off. I can see his message. Oh, no, sorry. Dr. Linus, as we bring this to a close.
Okay. Is Reverend our Freddy still online and Chief?
No, they are not. They are not.
Okay,
I was just checking, yeah.
What I always say is that obviously this is a collective journey. And they say that Rome wasn't built in a day. But if you know the kind of structure that you're building and it's been done before, it's actually easier because you have something to follow. But what we are doing has never been done before. In fact, it is changing the status quo. And the only way to bring change, if you are in an environment that necessarily doesn't work for you, and there is evidence that it doesn't work for the 80% of people who have been unbanked for generations, then it's really to do something different. And that something different may not have been seen before. And so when people look at it, they might wonder, what is it? Is it going to work? They might have fear. They might have doubts. And all I can say is that we are 1.3 billion strong. If you add the diaspora, another 300 million, you are talking about a force of humanity that really has a voice that needs to be heard. And if we collectively all put our energies and our efforts together to make this work, it will work for us now, and it will work for future generations to come. That way, we would have brought change. We would have brought change. And we can all look back and say we were part of something that was so revolutionary, but yet so accessible to everybody and so transformational to millions of lives. That's what we are doing. And so on that note, we would have challenges along the way. There would be difficulties. When we are faced with those difficulties, what we need to do as a people is to get our heads together and find solutions. And so if you look around and you think, this is a solution for my community, it ought to be better in this particular area, please get in touch. Put your ideas on the table. Let's make the change that we all deserve to see, the change we all want to see, the change that has the kind of impact that we want to have on millions of lives. Not in a different generation, but in our time. We are in real time, and we are engaged in activities that will make change unfold before our collective eyes. And so let's do it. because we can and because we need to do it. Poverty, lack of access to 80% of the population in some countries should be a thing of the past. The continent is so wealthy and so rich in both human resources, even in terms of genetic diversity and everything else, that we really ought not to sit and expect that the things that are important to the transformation of our lives are left for others to drive. We ought to be in the driving seat to see that transformation that we seek. And all of this is part of that process. It's not a one-day job. We've been at it for 2 years. We have yet many more years to go. But what we are doing for sure is we are planting a vital seed of change that will last well beyond our time, that will impact lives beyond what we can estimate today. And that's the kind of transformation that we are all part of. So let's not take it lightly, and let's continue to build. So I thank everybody for attending and for doing the little bit that they can every time, every day, wherever you are located across the globe. And that is the kind of collective journey that we must carry on. I always say that this is one of those collaborative projects on a scale that we have never seen before, but on a scale that has the potential to change lives that would last beyond our own time. So we can, so let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Linus. Thank you so much. So everyone, I'm just sending a message to Fred Bieber. I'm just responding to Fred Bieber. We have seen your message, and let's deal with it in the next Nigeria meeting.
Okay, good.
Let's deal with it in the next Nigeria meeting, which would be on Tuesday.
Okay.
So guys, really, we thank you so much. We thank everyone for taking off the time this evening. And as you would appreciate, there's a lot of work to be done, and every one of us needs to be involved in their own small way, every way that you can. In any way, any and every way that you can. Just let us know, as Dr. Linus said, if there's something you are seeing in the communities which you think would be valuable for everyone in this community, please bring it to us so that we can jointly continue to build and creating an environment which will be beneficial for all and going into the future. So thank you all so much. Maybe what we can do is everyone can just open their mic to say goodbye. We are at the end of the meeting. Thank you all so much. You can open your mic, you can open your camera. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you all. Fantastic meeting.
Thank you.
To blow the world away. Great success. Bye-bye, everybody. Nice
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just to also say
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, people in Jamaica.
Thank you, Brother B. Thank you, Dr. Linus.
We had the first meeting.
Thank you.
We are going to 300 and we build up from
Bless you all. Thank you, Sister Audrey Grant. Wow, thank you, my sister.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Linus.
Thank you, Dr. Linus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bless you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
From Kaduna, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, no problem.
Direct from Jos, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Have a nice day. Thank you, Mr. Abraham from Nigeria.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Night,
everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.